And now they've attached a second pipe to the bottom of this piece. The second pipe that they attach to a piece is called the punty, and the purpose is to basically flip the orientation of the piece. As you can see, we just broke this off from its original pipe, so now we have access to that other side of the piece. And of course, since this is a hollow blown piece as well, when they broke this off, they're left over with an opening. So from there, they're going to be able to start opening this up and flaring it out a little bit. You can see that small opening there. Now, right now, the piece is still pretty cold, and the connection between the pipe and the piece is still pretty warm. So they come back to the bench, and they're just making sure that the pipe is centered to the bottom of the piece before they continue moving on. And after heating up the front end of this piece, Gabe goes in with a pair of tweezers, pinching and pulling the opening away from the rest of the piece. And then trimming off all of that excess glass with a pair of shears, which are kind of like glass scissors. So you'll see that ribbon fall onto the floor. That's where all those other trimmings came from as well. And this is because after we break a piece off from its original pipe, that connecting area is usually a little bit thicker, kind of uneven, and sometimes the break can be a little uneven as well. So we're just getting rid of any imperfections, leaving us with a nice straight and thin wall for our picture. And I know it keeps saying picture up on the screen, but it's a water pitcher. I just wanted to make sure you guys knew that. And after heating this up one more time, Gabe quickly flares this open with a pair of jacks. And this is pretty much as far as that pitcher is going to be open. It's going to stay pretty much at this size. And then they'll attach a handle and create the spout on the opposite side, and that piece will be pretty much finished. So we're getting pretty close here. And these pitchers are pretty quick because they've made them many times before, and it's also a relatively smaller piece. The glass is relatively thin. And once again, these are going into the Museum of Glass store. They may have some in there right now as well if you wanted to check them out in person. So while Gabe is working on keeping the main body of the pitcher nice and warm, Sarah's preparing a small clear bubble, and this is going to be used as the handle for this piece. So the handle for this piece is going to be hollow. And this is just going to make the piece a little bit lighter overall, as you can imagine, versus a solid, heavy glass handle on the side of the piece. Instead, they're going to have this dainty, kind of light handle just on that side. So now that bubble is brought over, and this is going to be placed on the lower half of the pitcher first, and then eventually twisted and brought up towards the upper half of the piece. And just to make sure that that connection is secure, you're going to see them torch that connecting area a couple of times. If that connecting area is too cold, it can actually pop off later on. So they want to go in with that small torch. And they'll use that same small torch to heat up the opposite side on the lip to create that little spout. So as you saw, they just used that small torch to create the little spout on the opposite side. And now this piece is pretty much finished. They're just preparing to break it off. And this usually includes using that large fluffy flame, and they torch any connections that they have, including the back end where the pipe is connected to the piece itself and that handle. And this is because when they break a piece off, as you're about to see, they apply some water to that connecting point and then tap the pipe. And the tapping of the pipe creates a vibration that travels to those small cracks and breaks it cleanly off. That's how it scientifically works. But if there are other connections that are weak as well, then the tapping of the pipe can break other parts of the piece. So it's important that they torch the entire thing overall. And right here, they're just going to torch the very bottom of the piece to get rid of any leftover sharp ends, and also stamp it with the Museum of Glass logo for the store. And when this is finished, this is placed into the annealer, which is the large box on the hot shop floor here. And this is specifically a top load annealer. You usually won't see us using this, but we're working on a lot of projects today, so we're using our large black boxes on the walls already. But it's going to sit in here at around 950 degrees Fahrenheit, and then with the press of a button, it'll slowly start cooling down. And this usually takes around overnight just so it doesn't break from that thermal shock, so we won't see it until tomorrow. But like I previously mentioned, we may have some of these in the store already, so if you wanted to check them out, see them up close and in person, please feel free to do so. So the sand is mostly, the glass mixture is mostly silica sand. And then there's also usually a little bit of soda ash and limestone to lower the melting point and kind of bind those ingredients together. And so because it has a lower melting point, it's called soft glass. But there are other types of glass that you can microwave, of course, kind of like Pyrex. You could put it in the oven, you can microwave it. And that may be a type of glass called borosilicate. And that's like a scientific glass that's used for beakers, as an example. And welcome to those who just joined us in the hot shop. As you can see, we have a few different things going on all at the same time. At the center bench is what I've been mostly talking about and narrating this entire time, which is our hot shop team making some items for the store. And these today are specifically pineapple pitchers, like a water pitcher. And then over on that right bench, we have basically a visiting artist, Levi Belber. He's come in to create some of his own artwork that's been commissioned. And these are specifically large cylinders. These are eventually going to be turned into light fixtures. And these pieces of glass here, it's kind of hard to tell what color it's going to end up being, but they described it as a sort of champagne color to me. And at the center bench, you're about to see a process called a color drop or color overlay. This is how we get that really smooth, even layer of color across our entire piece. And it's how we got that smooth layer of color that we have over on the right bench as well. Now, over on that right bench, some of you may have seen this earlier at the center bench, but they've attached a second pipe to the bottom of that cylinder, the punty, once again, and they're about to break this cylinder off from its original pipe. And at the center bench, they've just dropped that color on top of that small clear bubble as well, the first step to our color overlay. So now they're just going to start working on rolling that color back and completely covering that clear bubble. And over on that right bench, you can see they've already transferred that piece over to the second pipe. They're just making sure that the bottom is centered with the pipe before they continue moving on to opening that cylinder up. Now, once that color has been completely rolled back over the clear bubble, we're going to let that cool down a little bit before gathering another layer of clear over top. Before we gather a layer of clear, we always let what we currently have cool down, just so that we don't lose the shape of what we already have. And if you all are curious about what's on the front table over here, these are some items that were made yesterday in the hot shop, I believe. And these are also going to eventually go into the Museum of Glass store. And if I didn't mention it already, this large wooden board that they have laid out is simply so that they can apply an even amount of pressure across the entire wall of the cylinder all at the same time. And this is just going to make sure that the cylinder wall is completely straight and smooth. And at the center bench, they've just gathered one more layer of that clear glass. And usually after gathering a layer of clear, you'll see them using this wooden spoon-shaped tool here. This is called the block, and this is carved out of cherry wood and kept in water to help prevent it from burning. This will kind of smooth and even all of that fresh glass out. And when we blow our bubble bigger, it's going to make sure it blows out evenly. And this amount of glass that they have here is just the amount they need to stuff it inside of that pineapple mold. And if I haven't described that to those who recently joined, could I have the picture of the pineapple mold real quick, please? Could I have the picture of the pineapple mold, please? Thank you. So up on the screen, there's an image of that pineapple mold. It has all these inward-facing spikes. So when we stuff that glass inside of the mold, it's going to push into that glass and create all of these little dimples across the surface, or all these little holes across the surface of the glass. And then, of course, when we gather one more layer of clear over top of that, this is going to trap air inside of those dimples and create those evenly spaced air bubbles, kind of like that right image. So Sarah's just heated that glass up one more time and is now stuffing it into that mold. You can kind of see it in the bottom right corner of the screen. And this mold is a little bit tricky because it has those inward facing spikes. It can kind of hang onto the glass and it's hard to pull that glass back out. You can get stuck inside of that mold pretty easily. And in order for the glass to come back out, you have to wait for it to break apart and then slowly take all of the little glass pieces out of the mold. And over on that right bench, it looks like they've just finished that cylinder. And so to put a piece away, we'll usually put it inside of the annealer, which is that large black box over on the right wall. This is going to slowly cool that glass down at least overnight so it doesn't break from thermal shock. It's going to stay at around 950 degrees Fahrenheit, and then with the press of a button, it slowly ticks down. And the thicker the glass, the longer it takes, of course. Luckily, this glass that we're working with today is relatively thin, so it should still take around overnight. So over on the left bench in the hot shop, they're just creating these little medallions over and over again. You can kind of see a little hint of blue underneath that metal table up on the screen. That's an example of one of those medallions. And they're making them blue over and over again as well. And then using that brass stamp that you see on the table to press down into that glass. And it kind of creates a little bit of a cookie shape. And then they just put it in the annealer and let it cool down. And this is a commission piece, they told me. They said that they have to make around 1,000 of them. And I'm not sure if they were exaggerating, but I wouldn't be surprised if they actually had to make that many. So the glass furnaces, they stay at a pretty steady 2,100 degrees Fahrenheit. You can see Ben gathering out of one now. So the glass itself is staying at that even temperature as well. And then our open face furnaces, these run between 21 and 2,300 degrees Fahrenheit, just based off of how quickly we want that how quickly we want that glass to heat up again. And each bench has one of these furnaces, but there's not really a significant difference to those furnaces. It's just for convenience to be able to work at every bench at the same time. And all of our furnaces run off of natural gas and forced air. Meanwhile, our torches actually run off of propane and oxygen. And at the center bench, Gabe is now going in with a stack of newspapers soaked in water. And you'll see us use these pretty frequently, whether we're making a blown piece as we are right now, or just a solid piece as well. The newspapers are pretty much as close as we can get to using our hands to shape the glass. And as you could see, we had a pretty wide round shape, but as Gabe heated that glass up and brought it back, he started to hang that glass down at an angle, and this is stretching that glass out, creating a narrower, longer shape for our pitcher, basically just using gravity as another one of our tools. And next he goes in with his pair of jacks, those two metal blades, and starts carving a jack line. This is where we will remove this glass from the pipe later on. So now that we've flattened the bottom of this piece out, that means the bottom of this pitcher is pretty much done. And to work on the other side of the piece that's connected to the pipe currently, we have to attach a second pipe to the bottom called the punty, and then break this piece off from the pipe it's attached to right now. And this is basically just going to flip the orientation of the piece and just give us access to that other side. And now that the piece is cooling down as well, you can start to see more and more of that true color. In this case, it looks a little bit maybe like a cranberry or a ruby red. And if it is a ruby red, this is one of the most expensive colors that you can use in glass blowing because it comes from gold chloride. Just a little tidbit of information. And usually before breaking a piece off, you'll see them torching that connecting area just around that jack line, which is that divot in the glass. So Sarah has been preparing that second pipe. This just has a small clear attachment on the end. So this is a pretty basic punty. This is just going to be attached right to the center of the bottom of this piece. And once that connection is secure and set up just a little bit, they're going to break that piece off. And the way they do this is by applying a little bit of water to the jack line. And this is going to cause some shocking and cracking in that area of the glass. And then all they have to do is tap the pipe, and that should break that piece cleanly off. So now, as you can see, we have access to that other side of the piece, and as well as an opening from where we broke it off. So at the center bench, they've just heated up the front end of this piece now, and Gabe is going in with a pair of tweezers, pinching and pulling the opening away from the rest of the piece, and then trimming all of that glass he just pulled off with a pair of shears. Sure, basically just like glass scissors. Now we will really frequently trim off the opening of the piece because after we break a piece away from its original pipe, that break can be a little bit uneven, and that connecting area is usually a little bit thicker glass. So this has left us with these straight, even walls and nice thin walls as well. And after heating this up one more time, Gabe is able to very quickly flare this open using that same pair of jacks. Once again, those two metal blades. And as far as it's open right here is pretty much as far as it's going to be opened for the piece entirely. And then they'll be able to make that handle for the side and then make that single spout on the opposite side of the handle. And then our pitcher will be complete. And for anyone new in here, I keep saying picture up on the screen, but it is a water pitcher as our final product, just to let you all know. So while Gabe is keeping the main body of this pitcher nice and warm, Sarah's getting started on another small clear bubble, and this is eventually going to be used as the handle for our pitcher. And having a hollow handle like this is going to be pretty beneficial. Instead of just having a solid, heavy glass handle on the side, we're just going to have that nice clear bubble on the side instead. It's going to make the piece a little bit lighter overall, as well as better balanced instead of having that heavy glass on the side. So this is attached to the lower half of the pitcher first. Then when they cut that end piece off, that bubble is completely sealed off. That air is trapped inside of the handle. And that second connection, the one that they make further up the side of the pitcher, is a little bit weaker because they connected it a little bit colder. So they'll usually go in with that small torch and just make sure that that connection is extra hot and secure. And now to create that spout, we're just going to go in with that same small torch and just heat up one little section of the lip. And this will be our final detail for this pitcher. After they create the spout, this piece is pretty much done. So once that glass is nice and warm, Gabe goes on the inside of the piece with this pair of tweezers and pushes out, creating that single spout. So now they're just going to prepare to break this piece off, which is going to include torching any connections that they want to make sure remain secure. And then, just like earlier, applying a little bit of water to that connecting point between the pipe and the piece, and break that piece off. So now Gabe will dip his pair of tweezers into that bucket of water and then just apply this to that connecting point, making sure not to touch the actual bottom of the piece. This is causing some shocking and cracking just in that connection area. Then tapping the pipe breaks that piece cleanly off. And it's not quite done. We have to torch the bottom to get rid of any leftover sharp ends, and then to also stamp it with the Museum of Glass logo for the store. And this little torch here is super hot. As you can see, it completely melted just that little center piece on the bottom. And this is going into the top load annealer here. This is going to hold it at around 950 degrees Fahrenheit until we're ready to cool everything down inside of it. So with the press of a button, it'll slowly tick down at least overnight so it doesn't break from thermal shock. And that concludes our final piece before our lunch break. So, does anyone have any final questions? Just real quick, does anyone have any questions before we go on our lunch break? All right, so we will be back in about an hour from now. Up on the screen, there will eventually be a time that will be returning. Sometimes it changes, but usually it stays the same. So we'll see you at around 2 p.m., and then we'll blow glass until 5 p.m. So feel free to come back. So since there's quite a few of you guys, I just wanted to reintroduce what we have going on today. We do still have about 5 minutes until the rest of our folks come up to blow glass, just to let you all know. But over on that right bench, once again, we have a visiting artist, Levi Belver, and he and his team are making these really large cylinders of these champagne-colored glass, and these are eventually going to be used as light fixtures. They're going to cut off the bottom of the cylinder and turn it into basically a large tube shape. So that's what's happening over on that right bench. And as you can see, they've applied color to this bubble, but just to the lower half of this bubble. And at the center bench, when our hot shop team comes out, the people that work here at the museum, they're going to be making some items for the Museum of Glass store. Today they've been working on some pineapple pitchers, like a water pitcher. And if anyone has any questions, even if you were here before, any questions, feel free to grab my attention and ask away. So some of you may remember from earlier that I was describing they were making these light fixtures, and they made about 5 of them by hand, blew them out by hand, made them by hand, and this time they're actually going to start using a mold, and that's what's on the floor in front of that set of stairs. There's that large wooden mold. And this is basically just a cylinder shape inside of that mold. It's nothing crazy, it's just a cylinder for this piece, but it makes the process a lot faster for them. And as you saw, they had the color on the lower half of the bubble, and I was actually just asking about that because I haven't even really seen that before. And they're saying that they're going to cut off a large section of the piece later on, so to save color, they're just going to use the color where they absolutely need it, which is going to be on the lower section of the piece. And each time after gathering clear, you can see that they're going back to their bench and starting to use the block, which is that large wooden spoon-shaped tool once again. And these are usually carved out of cherry wood and kept in water to help prevent them from burning. And a lot of you all just saw them gather that glass from our glass furnace. And just to point out for anyone who's new, that glass furnace is holding up to around 1,000 pounds of clear molten glass, and it stays at a pretty steady 2,100 degrees Fahrenheit. And then these open face furnaces, these are used for reheating only. There's no glass inside of these, but they run between 21 and 2,300 degrees Fahrenheit. Maybe just a little bit hotter so that we can heat up the glass more quickly. And every now and then, especially after gathering some clear glass, the heat will start to kind of travel through that pipe towards your hands. So over on the right, Levi is using a pipe cooler. This is just splashing water up onto that pipe, cooling it down almost instantly. So now they can handle that pipe a lot closer to the glass itself. So when they put glass in a mold, it's usually a sort of one and done thing. And if you mess that piece up while you're putting it in the mold, it's can be hard to put it back into that mold. So they usually try to just do it once. So as soon as they have this bubble ready, they're going to blow it out more. Then they'll be able to stuff it inside of that mold and completely blow it out, and it's going to take on the shape of that mold, pushing into all of the corners and crevices in there. And I'll describe what's happening real quick here too. So they just gathered one more layer of clear, and they're rolling that fresh hot glass into a pile of shards of clear glass. And we usually call shards of glass frit. And this is just going to add a texture to this piece. It's not really adding any extra color. It's just going to give them a different texture across the surface of the glass. And at the center bench, you could see that our hot shop team is also getting started on their project, which once again is going to be a pineapple pitcher, like a water pitcher. And it looks like Sarah's getting started on the small clear bubble, and Gabe is getting started with a piece of color that started out kind of like this piece in my hand. This is a piece of color bar, some of you may remember from earlier. They'll attach this to the end of a pipe and then melt it down before dropping it onto that small clear bubble here, and then spreading that evenly over top of the bubble. And this is just going to create a really smooth, even layer of color across our entire piece. And this is also how we've been getting our color for all of our cylinders over on the right bench as well. So at the center bench, Sarah holds that clear bubble upright, and then Gabe brings over that fresh hot color and drops it just right on top of the bubble before being cut off. So now we have our color on top of our clear bubble. And then this will just slowly be rolled back to completely cover the clear. And like I mentioned earlier, this is just going to create that really smooth layer of color across our entire piece. And since a few new people joined here and there, I just want to remind everyone that if anyone ever has any questions, feel free to raise your hand and I'll come right over. So I was just asked about what the inside of the glass furnace looks like. So if anyone else is interested, it's basically just a giant ceramic tank with these kind of like a cylinder shape, just straight to the bottom and then maybe up to my hip is what I was saying. And it's just filled with clear molten glass, kind of like a pool of molten glass. And as you can see, it looks like they're about to stuff this bubble inside of the mold, so I want to quickly highlight that. They quickly elongate the bubble and then stuff it inside of the mold. And now as they blow and turn, this is going to start pushing all of the glass into the corners of that mold. Once again, just taking on that cylinder shape of the mold. And as you can see, they're applying a lot of force when they're blowing inside of that mold. So the glass is starting to kind of create a muffin top on top, pushing out the top. And this is just excess glass that's going to be cut off later on. It's not going to be a part of the piece. And this mold is pretty convenient. It just has a door that they can use to open up the side of the mold. They can bring that piece right out. And that's a lot of glass that they're working with there, so it looks like they're struggling just a little bit. And especially when you create a piece that's longer and longer, it's getting further away from you and kind of throwing that center of gravity off. It feels 5 times heavier when it's on the end of the pipe than if you were to just be holding that weight in your arms yourself. So now they have a delicate balance of making sure that the glass is not too hot to be put away, otherwise it can continue moving and it can get just odd textures to it. And they also have to make sure it's not getting too cold, otherwise it can crack and break from thermal shock. So they're just going to allow it to rest and also torch any areas that might be too cold with that large fluffy flame. And it looks like they're getting ready to put this away right away. So all they do is apply some water and then tap the pipe. And this is going into our annealer, which is the large black box over on that right wall. And they quickly go in with that small handheld torch to get rid of any leftover sharp ends around that opening. And it looks like that was successfully put away. So now this is going to rest in the annealer at least overnight so it doesn't break from thermal shock. It'll slowly cool down in here from about 950 degrees Fahrenheit all the way to room temperature with the press of a button. And at the center bench, you remember how we had our layer of color. Looks like we now have a layer of clear over top of that color as well now. And this is going to be the amount of glass that we need to be able to put it inside of that pineapple mold. And for anyone who hasn't seen that already, can I have that pineapple mold up on the screen, please? Could I have that pineapple mold up on the screen, please? Thank you. So up on the screen, just wanted to point out this image real quick. So this is the pineapple mold. We're going to be using that pretty shortly at the center bench. Has all these inward-facing spikes. So when we stuff that glass inside, it's going to create dimples or small holes across the surface of our glass. Then when we gather over top of that one more time, this is going to trap air inside of those little pockets and create all those perfectly spaced bubbles on the right. So just now, Sarah has stuffed that bubble inside of the mold at the center bench. So now we have all of those little dimples across the surface of our glass. You could kind of see it up on the camera. And at the center bench, you'll notice we're just letting this glass cool down a little bit before we gather that layer of clear that's going to trap the air bubbles. Whenever we go to gather clear glass, we always let that previous layer cool down quite a bit so it's not moving around. We don't lose control or the shape of what we already have. And after gathering that layer of clear, you can see Gabe is letting a lot of that glass drip off into a bucket. And this is called a strip gather. It's just giving us a partial layer of that clear since we just needed it to create those little bubbles. And once again, for anyone that recently joined, over on that right bench, we have Levi Belber. And they are working on creating some large cylinders, and these are eventually going to be used as light fixtures. They're going to be cutting the bottom of the cylinder off, and they're able to suspend it with the light inside of it. And then at the center bench, we have our Museum of Glass Hot Shop team. And these guys are going to be working on some items for the Museum of Glass store. Today they're working on pineapple pitchers specifically. And the name pineapple just comes from the pineapple mold, which I showed a few people earlier, but it's just a mold with these inward-facing spikes. And we use it to get those little air bubbles inside of the glass. And that's why we call them pineapple pitchers. It's just because of that pineapple mold. And then over on that left bench, we've also been working on a commission all day, which are just these little glass medallions made using a brass stamp and just small amounts of blue glass. So that project is pretty simple, but it is very repetitive, and they have to make quite a bit of them. So that's going to be going on at the same time as these other two projects are as well. And at the center bench now, you'll see that Gabe is using a stack of newspapers soaked in water. And that may sound odd, but as you can see, it's pretty much as close as we can get to using our hands to shape the glass. So he's going to be using these to make sure that the bubble is blowing out in the correct direction, kind of guiding which way the bubble goes. So holding the newspaper on the bottom, as you can see, is going to create a wider, kind of rounder shape of our bubble. And the shape for this piece that we want is going to be a little bit taller. So to stretch this back out after creating that round shape, you're going to see them hang the bubble down quite a bit, just as they were right there. Basically just using gravity as another one of our tools and stretching that glass out. Now, as they continue to stretch this glass, Gabe quickly went in and created something called the jack line. That's that divot near the pipe. And this is where we will remove this piece from the pipe later on. So now that we've flattened the bottom of our pitcher at the center bench, the bottom of this piece is pretty much complete, and we have to get access to the other side of the piece. And the way that we're going to do that is by attaching a second pipe to the bottom of this piece here, and then we'll be able to break it off from the pipe that it's currently attached to. Now, once again, the second pipe that we attach to a piece is called the punty. This one is a pretty classic or simple punty with just a small clear attachment on the end of a solid pipe. This is attached just to the center of the bottom of this pitcher. And now to break it off, all we have to do is apply a little bit of water to the jack line, which you remember is that little divot, and then tap the pipe. And that breaks that piece cleanly off. So now we have access to the other side of the piece, where we could start to open this up into that full pitcher. And once again, up on the screen, I know it keeps saying picture as if I'm taking a picture, but it is a water pitcher, just to state that again. Now right here, the body of the piece is still pretty cold. And that connection is still hot and moving around quite a bit, so he's actually able to center the pipe to the bottom a little bit better here by supporting the weight from the other end with a pair of tweezers. So he's not quite opening this up yet. And once again, on that right bench there, they're working on creating some really large cylinders of glass. And you can see that we only have the color on the lower half of the bubble. And this is because as we continue to build more layers of clear onto this, the clear is going to remain mostly on the bottom. Therefore, most of the bubble is going to be consisting of the color at the bottom. And so just to preserve a little bit more color, they didn't apply it to the entire thing, just to that section that they need. And at the center bench, you're going to see Gabe trim off some excess glass around the opening of this piece. And that's where the rest of those scraps on the ground came from. Those were our earlier pieces. So whenever we break a piece off of a pipe, that connecting area is usually a little bit imperfect. It's a little bit thicker. Maybe that break wasn't perfectly even. So you'll usually see them trim off just around the opening of the piece. And after heating that glass up one more time, Gabe was able to very quickly open this pitcher up using that pair of jacks again, those two metal blades. And this is as far as that pitcher is going to be opened up. It's going to be left at this shape pretty much. Now they have to create the handle and the spout for our pitcher. So while Gabe has been keeping the pitcher itself nice and warm, Sarah's created a small clear bubble, and this is going to be used as the handle for this pitcher. So instead of having a heavy solid glass handle on the side of our pitcher, we instead have this really nice kind of thin walled bubble as our handle. And this is going to make the piece overall a little bit lighter, as well as creating a little bit of a better balance because we don't have heavy glass on one side. And now that we have our handle, they have to work on heating up the lip on the opposite side of that handle for our spout. And once again, since these pitchers are for the store, there may already be some in the store. I've heard that they're one of our most popular items. So if you wanted to check them out up close and in person, you can always see them in the store. So now after creating that small spout, this piece is pretty much finished. They're just going to get ready to break it off. And this is always going to consist of torching that connection between the piece and the pipe itself, and also torching any connections that are on the piece itself, such as the handle in this case. And this is just making sure that when they break it off, it's not going to create any stress or vibrations in any other areas of the piece. And just like earlier, to break this piece off, they just apply some water to that connecting area and then tap the pipe. That breaks that piece cleanly off. And they're going to actually place this upside down so that they can torch the bottom completely and stamp it with the Museum of Glass logo for the store. And this is going to, of course, mark it as the Museum of Glass's creation, but it's also going to make sure that they don't have to do any grinding and polishing on the bottom of this piece. So it's really convenient. And to put this piece away, it's just going into the top load annealer, which is this large box right here. This is going to hold it at around 950 degrees Fahrenheit, and then with the click of a button, slowly start cooling down to room temperature at least overnight so it doesn't break from thermal shock. So we're not going to see that piece until tomorrow. And just a reminder, if anyone ever has any questions, please feel free to raise your hand and I'll come right over. Once again, over on that right bench, we have Levi Belber working on some of those large cylinders. It looks like they're getting prepared to put this second bubble into that mold again. And in the front here, this is the mold that we're going to be stuffing this bubble into. As some of you may remember from earlier, this is just a large cylinder shape inside of this wooden mold. It's just wood. And right now we're just spraying some water inside of the mold to help prevent it from burning as quickly when we put that molten glass inside of it, just so it lasts a little bit longer. But yes, wood does burn when we use the glass on those wooden tools. And for anyone that recently joined at the center bench, you're going to see a process pretty soon here called a color drop or color overlay. And this is how we're getting that really smooth, even layer of color across all of the pieces that we're creating today. So Sarah at the bench just has a small clear bubble, and Gabe is preparing a piece of color. And this started off as something called color bar. I'll hold up an example of it for anyone who hasn't seen it yet. Heating up a section of that color bar, and this is eventually going to be dropped on top of that clear bubble. And it looks like this is a pretty large section of color, so they're going to section it off and just use a smaller amount of it. We want to use as little color as possible because colored glass is a lot more expensive than regular, just clear glass, because it contains different metals that color the glass. And a good example of this is ruby red or cranberry red, and this contains gold chloride. and it's very expensive because it has gold in it. So they've just dropped that color on top of the bubble. And this is eventually going to be slowly rolled back to completely cover up that clear bubble. And it looks like they've just finished preparing this bubble to go inside of that wooden mold as well. So they allow it to hang and stretch a little bit before they actually stuff it inside of that mold. And now that it's touched the bottom, they're going to start blowing and turning that pipe. And this is going to make sure that the glass is pushing into all of those corners and crevices of the mold by blowing. And turning is just going to make sure that the piece and the pipe are staying mostly on center. And once again, anything that's coming out of the top of this mold is just going to be cut off later on. It's not going to be a permanent part of this piece. So that little muffin top that you see is just temporary. And now that this glass has been taken out of the mold, they have to make sure that the piece is staying warm enough that it won't crack or break from thermal shock, but they also don't want to heat it up too much and kind of lose control of the piece if it moves too much. So they have to keep it just at a balanced temperature until they're ready to break it off and put it away. And now that this has been broken off, they're just going to torch those leftover sharp ends just where that glass was connected to the pipe, and then put it away in the annealer, which is the large black box over on the right wall. And this will keep it at a pretty steady 950 degrees Fahrenheit and then allow it to slowly cool down with the press of a button. Just like earlier, it's going to cool down at least overnight so it doesn't break from thermal shock. So we're not going to see that piece until tomorrow. And you know what, let's give them a round of applause for all their hard effort, all their hard work and lots of effort today, both of these teams. Thank you. And at the center bench, you can see we've come pretty far along towards our pitcher once again. This is the amount of glass that we need to stuff it inside of that pineapple mold. And for those who haven't seen the pineapple mold yet, could I have that up on the screen, please? Thank you. So up on the screen, there's an image of that pineapple mold. I wanted to make sure everyone saw it. Has all these inward-facing spikes. So when we stuff the glass inside, this is going to create a bunch of dimples or small holes across the surface of the glass. And then when we gather over that one more time, this will trap air inside of those holes, creating those little perfectly spaced bubbles across our piece. And that's why we're calling these pineapple pitchers, is because we're using the pineapple mold. So now you can see Sarah has stuffed that bubble inside of the mold. And once again, these molds have all those inward facing spikes. And so it really wants to hold onto that glass and it doesn't want to come back out. So we have to be pretty careful when we're using those molds. It's really easy to get stuck inside of them. But that time it was successful. So now we just continue to blow this piece out and we'll gather one more layer of glass. Now, once again, does anyone have any questions so far? I love questions. They keep my brain stimulated. You can ask questions about the cone we're in. You can ask questions about the artist. Now at the center bench here, I always like to point this tool out. Gabe is using a pair of jacks, these two metal blades, to carve in a jack line. Some of you may remember that term from earlier. That's that divot near the pipe. This is where we remove this piece from the pipe later on. And you can see that this glass almost looks as if it's kind of collapsing on itself. That's because it's been blown out pretty thin. So to even this back out, they just heat it up and blow it just enough to inflate any of those creases back out, just as Gabe is doing right here. And now that glass is pretty much back to normal just within a split second. So over on the left side of the hot shop, I haven't talked about this very much, but they are working on a commission piece, or commission pieces, I should probably say. And this is just making medallions over and over again. They're taking this glass, rolling it in a blue glass color, and then dropping it onto a table. They cut it off. That point, we just have a solid bit of blue glass. And then they stamp it with the logo of the company that ordered it, most likely. And then this is just going and being set aside to cool off. And all those tally marks are how many they've made so far today. Yeah, it's a little bit of a repetitive and quick process, but they have to make a lot of these, so it is a pretty big project. And at the center bench, it looks like they've finished the lower half of this piece. So they're going to attach a second pipe to the bottom and then break this piece away from its original pipe. And the second pipe that we attach to a piece is called the punty. This is a pretty simple punty, just a small clear attachment on the end of a solid pipe. To break this off, just like earlier, we apply a little bit of water to that connecting point and then tap the pipe. And that piece breaks cleanly off. So now we have access to the other side of the piece and we can start to open it up from the opening that is left over from breaking it off. And this is just making sure that the piece is centered with that pipe on the bottom. And after it's centered, they'll just go on to heat up the front end of the piece fully until it's pretty much molten and glowing orange hot. So for those who just joined, over on the right side of the hot shop, we have a visiting artist basically, and his name is Levi Belber. And that's the man who is holding the pipe currently. He's making some large cylinders that are eventually going to be used as light fixtures by cutting off the bottom of the cylinder, leaving him with a large tube. And this is a commission piece, so these are going to a specific person in a later on date. And then at the center bench, we have some of our full-time hot shop team members. So these guys you'll usually see when you come into the museum. And today they're working on some items for the Museum of Glass store, specifically some water pitchers. And these are specifically pineapple pitchers because we're using a pineapple mold to get all of these perfectly spaced little air bubbles inside of the glass, which you could kind of see up on the camera. And then over on that left bench, we're working on yet another commission for our Museum of Glass Hot Shop team. And so these are just going to be medallions, kind of little cookie-shaped pieces of blue glass. They're making these over and over again. All those tally marks on that black door there are how many they've made today so far. So they've been working all day on those. And just a reminder, if anyone ever has any questions, please feel free to raise your hand and I'll come right over. And at the center bench here, this cone-shaped tool that they're using, this is the Sophietta. And they haven't been using it much so far today, so I'll mention that cone obviously is blocking off the opening to the piece, and then it has a mouthpiece on the other end that allows you to blow more air in to the piece. And this is kind of re-inflating the shoulder and just giving them a rounder, wider shape. So over on that right bench, they keep gathering more and more layers of clear. This is just building up mass for the piece overall. And the color that you can see underneath all those layers of clear is supposed to be a sort of champagne color, they told me. And eventually that large glass bubble that they're creating is going to be stuffed inside of this wooden mold that they just pulled out. And it's been soaking in water for a while. They're just trying to saturate it as much as they can so that it burns a lot slower when they actually use the glass inside of it. And at the center bench here, you can see that Sarah's just brought over a small clear bubble. And this is attached to the lower half of the pitcher to create our handle. And having a hollow bubble as a handle is going to, as well as just giving it a nice look, is going to make sure that the entire piece is a little bit lighter overall and better balanced instead of just having solid, heavy glass on one side of the piece. And after gathering that final layer of fresh, clear glass, they're now rolling this glass into a pile of shards of clear glass. And you may think clear on top of clear isn't going to really do much, but this is going to be adding some texture to the piece, maybe both visually and physically. So this is just going to stick to that fresh, hot glass. It's going to be left on the surface of the piece. And sometimes after gathering clear glass, the heat starts to kind of travel back towards your hands through the pipe because you're kind of going deep into that furnace. And so they're just using a pipe cooler over there. It's a trough of water, splashing water up onto that pipe and cooling it down pretty rapidly. And at the center bench, they finished making that spout on the opposite side of the handle as well. And so the pitcher is done. They're just preparing to break it off. You can always tell when we're getting ready to break a piece off because you'll see somebody get suited up in these Kevlar gloves. And to break it off, just like earlier, we apply some water to that connecting point and then tap the pipe, and that should break the piece pretty cleanly off. And to finish this piece off, they're going to torch the bottom. This will get rid of any leftover sharp ends, as well as allow them to stamp the bottom with the Museum of Glass logo for the store. And to put this away, this is going into our top load annealer. It's going to stay in here at around 950 degrees Fahrenheit until we're ready to cool everything inside of it down. Then we press a button and it slowly ticks down at least overnight so it doesn't break from thermal shock. So we won't see that piece until tomorrow, but we should have some in the store right now. So if you want to see them up close and in person, you can check them out. And over on the right, I haven't mentioned this yet, but every now and then you can see them going in with this little nozzle that they're using right now. And this is just blowing some compressed air onto the glass, and kind of like blowing on a hot piece of food. It's just going to cool that glass down a little bit faster than if you were to just leave it alone. So they're cooling down the connection between the large bubble and the pipe, because that glass in that connection is kind of thin and it's moving around and kind of uncontrollable. And they're really trying to keep this wood wet and kind of saturated with water so that the glass doesn't burn it as quickly every time they use it to create that cylinder. So right there, we're just spraying some water. And once again, they have brought that bubble over and they've stuffed it inside of that wooden mold. And this wooden mold, it opens kind of like a door, so they're going to be able to get this piece out pretty easily. And turning and blowing at the same time is going to kind of push that glass into any corners and crevices and really take on the shape of that mold. And turning is, of course, going to keep everything on center and keep those walls nice and smooth. And this is why the hot shop smells like wood smoke today, but it smells pretty good, to be honest, so I don't mind. And after taking that bubble out of the mold, you can see we have a complete cylinder, and that's pretty much as far as they're going to go with this piece. So now to prepare to break this piece off, they're just going to make sure any areas that are cooling down too quickly stay warm by using this large fluffy flame that they're igniting right here. But they have to let this piece cool down before they put it away as well. So they're just going to heat up small sections of it at a time and allow the rest of it to cool down. And at the center bench, I just barely missed it, but they heated up a piece of color and dropped it onto a small clear bubble, which is what you can see right here. And this is the start to our next picture. This is where all of our projects start, is by applying that color pretty much in the very beginning. So just like with our other pieces, this was broken off of the pipe, and we're just going to torch the leftover sharp ends right around where it was broken off. This just makes the piece a little bit easier to handle once it cools down to room temperature. And just a reminder, they are going to be cutting the top of that piece off. They're going to cut that dome off and any excess clear glass. And just like those other pieces, we're not going to see that large cylinder until tomorrow. It has to cool down at least overnight. So once again, at that center bench, Sarah has prepared this bubble and is now stuffing it inside of that pineapple mold. And if you haven't seen that pineapple mold already, could I have a picture of that up on the screen, please? And I'll describe the pineapple mold as we wait for the picture of it up on the screen. But this mold basically has a bunch of inward-facing spikes that push into the surface of the glass. You can kind of see the dimples on the surface of the glass right now. And so when we gather one more layer of clear glass over top of this is going to trap air bubbles inside of each of those individual dimples that are evenly spaced across the glass. And that gives us this really nice pattern. And that's why we're calling these pineapple pitchers, is because we're using a pineapple mold to get those air bubbles. And then once again, over on the right side of the hot shop, we have Levi Belber. And he and his team are making these really large cylinders that will eventually be used as light fixtures. So they told me that they're going to be cutting the top and the bottom of the cylinder off just to kind of have this really large glass tube, really. And then they'll be able to add a light inside of that and display it as a light fixture itself. And then over on that left bench, they're continuing to work on another commission project that our museum team is working on. And they're just going to be creating these little medallions over and over again, basically these little cookie-shaped pieces of blue glass. And here's a good view of it up on the screen. So you can see they're just stamping this brass stamp on top of that molten glass. And they'll let this cool down just a little bit before putting it away. And they're creating a ton of these little medallions today. You can see each tally mark on that black box is how many they've made today. And at that center bench, you could see that they have gathered one more layer of that clear. So now they actually have those air bubbles throughout the glass. And that's all the glass they need for this pitcher. So they're just going to resume blowing this piece out and turning it into that pitcher. And once again, I know up on the screen it keeps saying picture, but it is a water pitcher. Just to describe it again, they are making these water pitchers. So at the center bench, to create a longer shape for this pitcher, they've hung the glass down towards the floor. You can see this is creating that longer, narrower shape of the bubble. And at the same time, Gabe is going in with that pair of jacks, those two metal blades, and carving a jack line into the glass. And this is where we're going to remove this piece from the pipe later on, is that divot that he just created. So as for the coloring process, we use the pieces of color bar, which is a solid colored glass. But for the color itself, that's why I was a little bit confused. The color itself comes from different metals. So just as an example, white might be tin and antimony, and then blue could be cobalt. I'm sure you've heard of cobalt blue glass. And so we'll take that solid colored glass and we'll just drop it onto a small clear bubble and then spread that over top of the bubble and create that layer of color. And when we blow it out, it is going to make the color thinner and thinner. So we have to start out with the right amount of color that we need. Too much and we're kind of wasting color, too little and the color is going to be blown too thin and be kind of diluted. So it's a little bit of a balance. And now that the lower half of this pitcher is complete at the center bench, they attach a second pipe to the bottom. The second pipe that we attach to a piece is called the puntee. And this one is a pretty simple puntee, just a solid pipe with that little clear connection on the end. Then to break this off from its original pipe, they just apply some water to that connecting area and then tap the pipe. And that breaks that piece cleanly off. So now we have access to the other side of the piece, as you can see, and we're also left over with an opening into the pitcher. So we can start to open this up. So you'll notice before gathering layers of clear that we always let the current glass we have cool down quite a bit, which is what they're doing over on that right bench. We want to make sure that the glass isn't moving very much so we don't really lose control or lose the shape of what we already have, since it is going to be put into a pool of molten glass. And at the center bench, it looks like they've heated this glass up enough to pull the opening out and away from the rest of the piece. And next, Gabe trims all of that excess glass off. Whenever we break a piece off from its original pipe, that connecting area is usually just a little bit thicker, maybe a little bit uneven. So this is going to straighten those walls out and leave us with a really nice, thin, even opening. And after heating that glass up one more time, Gabe goes on the inside of the piece with that pair of jacks, once again, those two metal blades, and flares this piece open. And this is pretty much as far as this piece is going to be open. It's going to remain at this size. Now from here, they have to create the handle that's going to be attached to one side of our pitcher, and then just create the spout on the opposite side of that handle, and this piece is pretty much done. So I've gotten this question a couple of times today. I just want to talk in the microphone because you're a little bit far away. But I personally went through a program called Hilltop Artist, which is the shirt that I'm wearing here. And it's a local program that allows kids 12 and up to blow glass. So I started when I think I was like 15. And I blew glass as an after-school club for a little while. And then one thing led to another, and I ended up working here part-time. So. But as for adults, I know that you can take college classes when it comes to glass blowing, or there's specific glass schools. An example is Pilchuck, which is 2 hours north of us here. Taken a class there before myself. And then as well as if you know somebody who blows glass, then you can kind of learn from them or apprentice under someone. So there's a few different ways to go about it. So if you haven't seen this already, after gathering a layer of clear glass, while that glass is still fresh and hot, this is rolled into that pile of these shards of clear glass, and we usually call this frit. And this is going to stick to the outside of that fresh, hot layer of glass, and this is just to add texture to this piece specifically. So this is not really to add color this time, it's just to add some texture. And now that we have our handle at the center bench here, they're just going to work on heating up a small section of the lip on the opposite side to create that little spout. And to do this, they're just using this really small handheld torch. We don't really want to heat up the entire piece overall, or we're just creating a small little edit like this. And now that we have our spouts, this piece is pretty much finished, so all we need to do is prepare to break it off. And this is going to include torching all of those connecting points, such as the handle, and torching the connection between the pipe and the piece itself. And just like earlier, to break this piece off, they apply a little bit of water to that connecting point, and then all they'll have to do is tap the pipe, and that should be broken cleanly off. And their final step is going to be torching the bottom of the piece. This is going to get rid of any leftover sharp ends, as well as allow them to stamp the bottom with the Museum of Glass logo. So this is kind of hitting two birds with one stone. If we weren't to do this process, then we would have to grind and polish the bottom of the piece to make sure that none of those leftover bits of glass are there. But this is going to make sure that we don't have to do that. So now it's going into the top load annealer. This is going to keep it at around 950 degrees Fahrenheit, and then with the press of a button, it'll slowly cool down to room temperature, usually at least overnight, so it doesn't break from thermal shock. So I just got a question about the cone that we're inside of, and I decided to share it with everyone, just in case anyone else is wondering. So this cone that we're inside of is based off of these old wood burners we used to have along this Theophos waterway here. And these old wood burners, they were called wigwam burners or beehive burners. They were shaped a lot like this cone that we're in right now. And so this cone is mostly paying tribute to what this area used to be used for. But of course, the large size and the height of the building allows the heat to rise, and we have a fan at the top to pull that heat out. And then as well as that, the cone is tilted on its side, and this is just giving us some more floor space for the machinery in the back over there as an example. So those are the explanations I have for this building. It's mostly aesthetic, but it does have a couple of functional purposes in it as well. And it looks like they've just finished this bubble and are stuffing it inside of that cylinder mold again. And to make sure that the bubble is going to take on the shape of this mold completely, they have to continuously blow air into that bubble, and this is going to push it kind of forcefully into each of the corners of that mold. And anything that you see coming out of the mold is later going to be cut off from the rest of the piece. So that isn't a permanent addition to the piece. That little muffin top is going to be removed later on. And after taking that glass out of the mold, the glass is still pretty hot. It's moving around a little bit, so they have to let it cool down before they put it away. So they're not going to put it back into the furnace, but they have to make sure that everything stays at around 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit or warmer. Otherwise, they could get cracking and breaking from thermal shock. So it's just a little bit of a balance now, making sure nothing's too hot or too cold. And now to break this off, you can see they tapped the pipe just like our people at the center bench here as well. And to get rid of any leftover sharp ends, once again, they're going to torch the opening of this piece, just where they broke it off. And this is just going to make it a little bit safer and easier to handle later on once it is cooled down to room temperature. And to put this away, just like our piece earlier, this is going into an annealer to slowly cool down at least overnight. This one is a side load annealer, and then this one on the floor here is a top load annealer, and that's pretty much the only difference between the two. And at the center bench, it looks like they grabbed a pretty large amount of this color. And so they're just going to section it off so they can use as small of an amount as they can, since colored glass is a lot more expensive than clear glass. So our furnaces are actually running off of natural gas and forced air. We're using different wooden tools for our glass. And so that mold that we were using is made out of wood, and it was burning quite a bit of smoke. And we use quite a bit of wooden tools in the hot shop, actually. And this can be really helpful because it's an insulating material. So if we don't want the heat to be sucked out of a glass piece, we can use a wooden tool, and it'll allow the glass to maintain a lot more heat. But of course, wood does burn when it touches the glass. So we have a balance of metal tools and wood tools. So just to introduce you guys to what is going on in here, over on this right bench here, we technically have a visiting artist, Levi Belber. He's here with his team today making some really large cylinders. These are eventually going to be used as light fixtures. They're going to cut the bottom and the top of the cylinder off to just have a large tube of glass, basically. And so this is the very beginning of that process. They've just applied that color to their clear bubble. You can see the color on the very end. And this is just applied to the lower half in this case because they will eventually stuff this bubble into a mold, and any of the glass that comes out of the top of the mold is just going to be cut off anyways, so they don't need to apply color across the entire bubble. And at the center bench here, they're working on making some pitchers for the Museum of Glass store, like a water pitcher. And these are specifically pineapple pitchers because we're using a special mold called a pineapple mold. And this is giving us little air bubbles across the entire piece. And then finally, over on the left bench, we have the other part of our Museum of Glass hot shop team, and they are working on making another commission piece. And this is just going to be these little blue medallions. They're making them over and over again today. They're over 100 right now for those little medallions. And if you guys ever have any questions, once again, just feel free to raise your hand and let me know.